Christopher Eaglebear. Juan Banshaw. Cowboy Wright.
Here.
Samuel Woodenek Jr.
Oh.
Michelle Hollenberg. Roy Leonhardt.
Ha.
Robert Lathley.
Oh.
Charles Jr. Bill Marshall.
Here.
Wayne Griffith.
Good.
Emily Boyd Alonda. Alvin Jr. James McKnight. Analog Wilcox. Children's Side. Michael Bolton.
Here.
Joshua, want to give thanks for blessing us all. Another day. And for all that we are to bring them a toes and Joshua and good hearts and good minds to help us make the decisions for the people and for the young ones behind us, standing behind us in Joshua. Hope you all for their lives and bringing them to us, or whatever they're presenting today. But most of all, the future for the people and for all of us sitting around this table, that we make the right decisions for the 7 generations to come and run our tribe like a business. So people thank you so.
This morning we have the Rosebud elementary students here, where they want to come around here in the front if they hear the sing. What grade are they?
Just multiple grade.
Okay.
There's a lot of our speakers, and then
Like over here or?
So they're gonna sing the 2 songs that we usually start marching with, and then these 2 have something prepared to say. They're all very nervous, but I told them it was fine. Right? Okay. It isn't like Budgetary, but it will, so the people online can hear you. Okay.
Trustee Hawkinson Machapi, Dalconi Chapahin. Good morning, Madam President Wood and I, and esteemed council members. We thank you for giving time for the students of Rosebud Elementary School to address you this morning. We will begin with the Lakota flag song. We come, we come to you this morning as Rosebud Panthers. Our Panther way is to be kind, be curious, be courageous, and be committed. We hope we hope to be all those things this morning. We eagerly anticipate the opening of our new school after Christmas. We believe you are excited about it also. This is where curiosity comes in. We have heard that the new school does not yet have internet access, and we wonder if this can be true. We are worried that without internet access, we will be cut off from the world when our voices should be heard. We worry we'll now have access to critical tools for learning in 2024. Nearly all our tools for learning are now online. Textbooks, videos, math instruction, especially all relying on access to the internet. We can't pretend to understand everything that goes into providing access to the internet at the new Rosebud Elementary School. We're pretty sure it's complicated. We come here today with courage in hopes that you can do what good teachers do, make complicated things more simple. Can you commit to working with our school district to provide us with the internet access every student deserves in 2024? We because we will be moving into the new school after Christmas. Will the internet be ready? Finally, we invite you to celebrate our culture and tradition of one of our favorite songs. People come to the center.
The chair, so are you going to give it to Madam Secretary? Or a budget or something?
Because I think that you're willing to like help financially with it as well.
Okay.
That's the issue. Okay.
First of all, thank you for coming. That was awesome. That kids are learning that, and really need that to help us keep strong. Times are changing very rapidly. So always learn what you can about our culture, and don't be afraid to ask questions like you're asking now. We're going to have internet for you. Your school is not going to open up without internet. There are more ways to provide internet than the ways that people are telling you to provide it. There are some issues that you guys don't understand that has to do with our tribe as a whole, not just your school. We've been trying to resolve those issues for a long, long time now, but so far we haven't gotten them done. But we have offered the administration an alternative for a temporary fix to the internet. But the school says, no, they only want this internet and nothing else. So that's why there's a stalemate right now. But no matter what happens, I can tell you, your school will have internet, and that will be up one way or the other. We are working on it. We haven't forgot about you. I just want to let you know that. We love you. You're our future, so we're not going to jeopardize that in any way whatsoever. Have faith in your leaders, and things will work out. Thank you.
Okay.
No, I'm on the side.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll put that. Yeah. Start with there. Okay. There.
All of them. Please give us a.
Good job. You guys sing like me. Good job.
You guys except for your little player. Look at your guys. By this number one. That's what I used. That's what we were doing. So I'm Jack. Here's who we're filing. Jack. The next third of the so Jack.
Let's go into our request to be excused. We have Marion Little Thunder, Michelle Hollenhorn Bear, Christopher Eagle Bear, Lila Kills Insight, and Charles DeBray. Are there any more? Motion by Wade, seconded by Ben.
No, yeah, well, yes, I also gotta be Sioux too.
You seconded Ben?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 1302 pass. Does anybody have to leave early today?
Lisa?
At 4. Okay. We go into the agenda approval, but I just kind of wanted to visit with council, after the election last week. I've been really stressing out and thinking about our tribe and where we're gonna be going here within the next 4 years, and kind of give council an update on what we're looking at. I've been visiting a lot with Treasurer Boyd, and I think we need to visit with council on kind of where we're gonna go and what we need to do to, especially with our finances. Ben?
Yeah, Madam Chair, good morning, council, good morning, everyone. That was my concern too. I've gotten approached by several tribal members, I think throughout the week here, also concerned about it. So I did kind of give them some kind of reassurance that we will do what we can to try to, I guess, have a contingency plan for anything that come into play, I guess, with all, whatever programs and entities that may be affected. So I'm thinking that's kind of what I would like to see is some kind of a plan down the road here. I know it won't go into effect until January, I think, but still, it's like, you know, they're just as scared too. They're concerned because they don't know if some of them have a job or if, you know, where the funding is going to come from on some of these entities that are funded by the federal government. So, but those are just my concerns also.
And right now, as it is, we're on a continuing resolution from FY24 into FY25. And before the election, we were informed that may go into December, and now we're informed it may go into March. And we're getting word that there may be a 30% cut across all federal funding. So we really need to tighten our finances and see where we can go with that. And I've been talking a lot with Treasurer Boyd. Maybe he can give a little insight on what we've been working on and our ideas that we have.
Yeah, I'm not so much about ideas, no, I just, for sure, everybody has to understand change is coming. And not just a small change, but big change. Exactly what that is, we're not sure of yet. But right now, this past few days since the election, we've been working diligently on trying to do the necessary paperwork and homework it takes to draw the money down for those grants that we were already awarded. We're hearing that the administration is going to claw back as much of that as they can. So right now, there's some resolutions I'm going to bring tomorrow. Hopefully you can pass that will help the BIA and the EPA obligate those funds that were awarded to us before the end of the year. And hopefully those funds won't be clawed back. One of the ones I'm really concerned about is our broadband. Although that was awarded to us 2 years ago, they have not allowed us to proceed with construction, and that concerns me. And so that may be one of the things that we might have to fight right off the bat, and we may lose or we may not, I don't know, but that's of concern to me, and that's going to affect what these kids were here today for. We have alternate ways of providing internet up there. We can provide internet through our own resources now, temporarily, or we could bring a third party in to provide it temporarily while we're working out these issues with our providers. But if we lose that grant, then the whole perspective changes. The whole playing field all of a sudden changes. That's just one part of it.
Could you talk a little bit about the broadband grant? Let the new council know how much it is and kind of what we've been going through.
During the pandemic, one of the first things that we realized here on the reservation is that we do not have adequate broadband or internet service. Whenever the schools shut down and our schools had to provide the training over the internet, most of our area didn't have access to internet. So our kids were sitting in the parking lot here or wherever they had to receive internet. We worked with our providers. We even tried to bring in providers to set up temporary, towers and stuff to provide the service, but it didn't work. So as a result of that, we went out and we seeked and we found and were awarded $48 million to build our own internet service for the reservation. Initially, it would be tower to tower. It wouldn't be fiber because that's the fastest way that we could get internet to the whole reservation. It would take us a little over a year to build the system and put it into operation. But the minute the switch was turned on, everybody in our reservation would have 5G the minute it was turned on. And to do fiber would take much longer to do that than the site to site. So that's what we got the grant for. However, because of different laws that were in place and different policies that were in place, there's a big fight between us and the current providers on who has the authority or who can actually provide that service. Even though we received the money to build our own and we have total jurisdiction here, it's our reservation. There were things done back in the 70s that are preventing us from that actually happening. Back in the 70s, there were AT&T and all that, all of them controlled all of the telephone services for the whole country. So it was a monopoly, so Congress broke it up and dismantled it so there was not just one service provider. When we did that, then they auctioned off our area. Our reservation was auctioned off. The tribe was never involved in that process. We were never informed of that process, and we never benefited from that process, but yet it was done. And that's how our current service providers got these franchise areas that they have to provide these services. our reservation is broken amongst 3 major providers. None of that really mattered much until COVID hit, and then this big crisis of everybody needing the internet. So then Congress appropriated all this money so that everybody would have access to internet, the minimum amount of internet. But when they allocated these funds, the only people that were eligible to receive these funds were the current providers. So then all of a sudden, then these providers are going to Congress and say, hey, look, this is a duplication of services. Why are you giving the tribe money to start their own and giving us money to expand ours? It's a duplication of service. Well, what complicated the problem even more is a few years ago, when we were in negotiations with these existing providers over rights of way, there was an impasse because these providers refused to accept or adhere to our laws, our tribal utility commission, our fees, our taxes. They said, no, because we're providing a service, we want you to give all that to us free. That was their stance. And we said, no, we can't do that. When you go to other communities, you have to adhere to their laws, you pay their fees, one out of ours. And they wouldn't answer. So it took a couple of years of us negotiating that and never resolving it. So finally the tribe came to the point that, hey, look, if you provide us your existing rights of way, then we'll issue you new rights of way for the fiber. These companies have come in here, provided a service, and not perfected the rights of way for all of their lines. So now that's all we're asking for, is that they come in, you perfect your existing rights of way, and then we'll negotiate new rights of way. But instead of doing that, they're going after our funding, so that's why we're at a stalemate right now. And like I said to you, changes are coming, big changes. So we're not sure what's going to happen with this new administration, how this thing's all going to play out now. We don't know if they're going to call the money back, or if they're going to still give it to us, or whatever have you, but we'll know in the next week or two. But that's going to have a big impact on how we deal with this whole issue of not only broadband, but of the rights of way in general, because we have all kinds of service providers out there besides broadband that are in the same situation. They don't have rights of way on all of their existing lines. I hope that clarified it some.
Yeah, I also would like to add something too, that there have been upgrades done to current lines without approval or the perfection of rights of ways. And one of those lines that were dug compromised our tower up here. Prior to this election, I've really been on the fence about us talking about this on air because it might be something that we may have to litigate. But it's something that you all need to know, and the people, because the current service provider is telling our people to go to see your tribal council. We can't give you fiber. You don't have 5G, you don't have fiber. It's because your tribal council's holding it up. And they're not telling people the truth that they've illegally laid fiber. And we know that's a fact because one of our construction crews, when putting in the foundation at Health Administration, they accidentally cut a fiber line because nobody knew that fiber line was there. So we have fiber illegally laid here, or they're piggybacking off of existing lines. So it's a really serious issue. And when our people need new internet or upgrades, they're sending them to us and they're blaming the tribal council. However, this $48 million grant and the ability to have ownership over these towers and future fiber is dependent on it. It's really scary because there's a specific senator working right alongside the current service provider, and he's really battling for them. He's held up our funding, and right now we've been waiting for 3 months for our NEPA report to get approved so it can have its 30-day time frame for comment. And that's been held up since July or August, right?
We submitted all of our original stuff in January. So it's been since January that process is done. But this is just one area that I'm talking about, of many. And things are changing. Another scenario I'll throw out to you, and I don't want to scare people, but I just want people to be aware of what could be happening. We don't know for sure. Maybe half of what they're telling us isn't going to happen, but what they're telling us right now is this. Like the vice chairman said that we have a continuing resolution on appropriations until December 20. What that means is because Congress could not agree upon a budget for the entire country, they allowed us to spend at last year's level until December 20th. And then at that time, they were initially hoping to have a budget done, passed. Now we're hearing that the new administration is asking this Congress to do another continuing resolution till March. And they're asking that so that they would give this new administration an opportunity to develop their own budget, which Congress can enact sometime in March, which provides the money for all the federal government to operate. But what we're being told, and again, what we're being told, we have nothing to substantiate this other than word of mouth we're being told. So the new administration is going to ask for a 30% cut across the board for all federal spending. If in fact that happens, if the Congress administration do get a budget passed in March at a 30% cut, that means that we would have already received the majority of money already. So the rest of the year, we would have to be operating on money that we already received. And so that the directors and all those people out there that do the financing need to develop your budgets to prepare for that. That could be what's happening. I mean, our general counsel right now is okay because the federal government doesn't affect their general count. Their general count is so small, we survive our needs that doesn't really help us much. We need to be on the offense here, and by being on the offense, is we need to, number one, tighten our belts, do some realistic budgets, start spending our money more efficiently, and put your eyes at that. Every dollar we have means something. No more $5,000, $6,000 bonuses. No more this, $10 an hour raises. None of this stuff can be happening because March, instead of these bonuses, you could look at laying some of your staff off. Who are you guys going to lay off? Who's going to make that decision? This is what's happening real. It's not a dream. This is what's happening. So we need to start being better managers because the new administration is telling us they're going to start looking at how the money has been spent that we're given. Those of us that spend the money properly, maybe we'll get rewarded, maybe we won't get our hands to that. Those of us that have squandered this money, who knows what's going to happen. But they're getting ready to do this. We have to be proactive and get ourselves ready to be able to defend ourselves. I'm not sure if any of you have any questions or not. That's the stuff.
Wayne, do you have a question? Wayne and Ben?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, actually, to have a working group session with the attorneys of the TUC and the Broadband Initiative this month in November, so that we know what direction we need to go with it, and council can get the updates from the attorneys on what is going on, because we've technically, that's the end of the motion.
And can you
Because
can you include economic?
economic development as well. As chairman of Land and Natural, I've been working with TUC, trying to figure out some different avenues we can go. And at the Broadband conference, we were talking about where we need to go, but I'm not comfortable with sharing those on air. And because of the strategic things between the attorneys and client privilege. So I think we need to have that and amongst all of ourselves to figure out what we need to go in the future and if we can book that this month.
Okay, so motion to have a working group session with TUC, Economic Development, and the Broadband attorneys for an update.
Strategic plan.
And strategic.
Like, is this working session with just those committees or with full council?
It's council.
So do you want a council meeting, or do you just want to have somebody set up the actual?
I don't think it needs to be that formal.
Do you want to do it during the econ dev meeting, or?
It could be set up on a committee day.
TUC economic development, both on the
Or a
night,
TUC meeting?
or both on the night. Just do it the whole day?
They wanted to reserve like 4 hours at least.
TUC that 10 and economic development that 1 on the 19th.
Yeah. What, Tuesday? Yeah, we can have Travis contact the attorneys.
On Tuesday, the 19th, November 19th?
What about the 22nd? We didn't have economic development on the 5th, so I know I have programs that are gonna come to that committee meeting that have business they need to take care of. And we're supposed to talk about, Prairie Hills and, Prairie Hills.
The 22nd, I work too.
You don't both the dates. You don't both the dates.
19th and 22nd? I was just thinking just to give them time to contact them. Strategic plan on Tuesday, on the November 19th and 22nd. There's second by Sherry. Question by folks, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 0. Motion passed.
I wanted to actually say something, one other thing, like, yes, there's a lot of big changes coming and we need to prepare and we all together need to do that and work with our chairman. But just, we survived this from 16 to 20. It's just like we're reliving it and we'll just figure out how we can do that. Everybody just needs to have faith and that we're smart enough to carry something out. Because all this is I'll steal a quote from Mike, and it said, same bad movie, same bad actors. Literally, that's what it's come to. It's just a repeat. Sequel.
Thank you. I guess that was one of the concerns that a lot of our tribal members have had in some of the programs. So, I mean, I know they look up to this body to make those decisions of what we can help them with. So I'm wondering if we could probably set up something to help those programs, and being that funding's already been spent, to give them these scenarios of what it would be like, I guess, as it moves on. Because some of them won't even know. Some of them are probably thinking they don't, they got money there and, they didn't use it or something and it's already been used. So that's what I'm kind of looking for, is if we can help our program understand what's going to happen. I mean, different scenarios. I mean, again, we don't want to, I guess, cause a panic. But we also want to be safe. We want to make sure that we understand what's going on and moving forward. And again, we have to just brave the storm, I guess, as we move forward. I mean, next year's going to be pretty bad, I guess, as far as the administration doing what they want, I guess, for us. So, and again, Wayne was saying, I guess, last time, that I believe he has a lot more understanding of what he can do now. So now he's going to be implementing that. So that's why I want to make sure that we understand on our part. And again, I was going to say, what do we have? What kind of, I guess, shield that we have that we can do to help us, I guess, defend ourselves as a sovereign nation? I mean, it's going to be tough because it's a federal government, but I would like to see us have at least some contingency plans or some scenarios of what could possibly happen, and give those to our programs and also to our members. Because again, I've said it several times, and you have to be realistic by saying, some programs may be cut in half. Some people may not have jobs. What are we going to do as a tribe? Because that's going to ask us. We elected you guys on this council, this government, to make these decisions for us. So what are we gonna do? You know, that's kind of what I'm thinking is down the road there. If that happens, what are we gonna do? So I would like to have some answers for them ahead of time before last minute. I don't want to react after something happens. That's a bad situation. Then we're making drastic decisions and stuff. So I'm always supportive of having these working groups and making sure that we have an understanding of what we can do as we move forward. So those are just my concerns. I'm going to put it out there. So thank you.
And we could reach out to Liana Blacker at Legislative RST to maybe put some of those scenarios down or give us updates on what's going on in DC. I'm going up there next week for TPAC for the week and have some meetings set up that, you know, I know a lot of people are probably knocking on the Department of Interior's door right now, a lot of tribes, so I try to get things done as soon as they can, but if we gotta do that, get those updates. I know John Bean's coming up today for Majority Leader, and we'll probably find out whether that's good for us or bad, but maybe she can give us some updates on that. I could reach out to her. Send them out, especially on the financial status and what programs are going to be affected. So, yeah, and I hate to say, but you know, with these big goals, we got to take a look at that. And even if it comes down to office furniture and jackets, and you know, we really got to encourage to stop with that type of spending now until we see where our federal budget is really at. So.
I want to mention one last comment here. That is that we've been told that will make us believe that there's a specific look or at tribal government, just happens the country as a whole. So that's the one thing that we have to really get ourselves for, is not to give anybody the impression or any desire to make us a party. So we have to prepare for that. By that we have to show the people that are out there looking at us that can act responsible government, fight for people responsible efficient. Raising a red flag. I just look like our membership that aren't being targeted right now. It's happening for the whole country. But don't get out to the red flag right now. That's the very air to get ready for this.
Sure. Thank you. I guess I just wanted to make a comment and say that the Budget and Finance Committee is going to have to be really strong when it comes to these requests for bonuses. I know we declined, when I was on Budget and Finance, we had to decline those requests for $5,000, $2,000 bonuses, and it upsets our employees, but you're going to have to, just want to encourage you to be strong and stick to the budget. I also wanted to take some time to say that we should really think about having some PSAs put out for people on how to, you know, when you say 30% cuts, I automatically started thinking about our direct service programs like LEAP. We should put some PSAs out for people on how to conserve their energy or their wood or whatever it is that needs be, and for people to start preparing for storms as well, because when we had this large storm, we were fortunate enough that we had ARPA funds, and we put $5 million towards that storm, thinking we were going to get reimbursed by FEMA for some of it. However, we were only given back like $200. How much was it?
93.
983,000.
983,000.
Okay, 983,000 is what we were reimbursed. Us putting forth $5 million. That's how we were dropping food by helicopter. That's how we were giving people food boxes, heaters, propane, all of that stuff. We're not going to have access to that now. So we all need to be prepared, and I'm not trying to put a scare tactic out. I just want to talk about the reality, and I want the people listening to know that we aren't going to have those kind of resources that we've had. And I wanted to say for the council, we really need to start thinking about, our businesses and our economic development corporation and how we can move forward and sort of lean into, making sure that we're creating business opportunities, and that we're creating and going into ventures that will help generate revenue for the tribe. Treasurer Boyd, how much of our budget to operate the tribe is federal funds, and what is the approximate amount of that? I've heard one time it was like 50 million, but I'm not sure.
I don't know, it varies, but our overall budget is usually between 120 million. Our general account budget is 13. About 10%. So, about 10% still.
Thank you. I think that's important for all of us to know moving forward, and just for the people to know, like, we had a, former council person who once said that the money's always there, but it's not. So I just want people to know that, this is something that we need to take seriously, and there are inhabitant allegations by our government of misuse, fraud, and waste when it comes to our tribal programs. And those are serious allegations. So I just want us to make sure that we're maintaining our integrity as a tribe and with our accountability. Also, we should really have a open meeting where we talk about our goals as a council and what we would like to see moving forward and how we can support each other as a council on what type of accomplishments that we would like this council to have. I know there's always this mindset of all of us are here with our own personal agenda, and people view that personal agenda always as a bad thing. Mine is economic development. That's my agenda. And I know you all have goals for the council and the tribe as well, and I think we should really make some time, if we have some time this week, to seriously sit down and talk about it. Projects that are existing, because we never have had our council onboarding, where we talk about that we would have all of the council, the new council updated on current projects that we're working on that hasn't happened yet. So maybe that's something we can make time for if we get through the agenda right away.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mike, did you have a comment?
Well, doom and gloom, the sky is falling. I believe a lot of what we're hearing is, exaggeration. It's about politics. It's about preparing, for the political fight in Washington down the road. 30% cut in federal spending. That's crazy. If the Republican government, implemented that within the next year, they'd throw the economy of the whole country into chaos. When you hear talk about cutting the federal workforce by 30%, you're dumping hundreds of thousands of people under the unemployment lines and whatnot. The money that those people have now to spend at businesses and stuff, that will just disappear overnight. It's easy to get excited about these things, and I'm not saying they're not going to happen, but it's not going to happen over the next year or 2 years. If it does happen, it's going to happen gradually over the next 4 years, and maybe 4 years after that, if the Republicans, stay in power in Washington, So now there's a Democratic talking head. His name is James Carville. And one of his famous quotes is, when it comes to elections and politics, it's all about the economy, stupid. And that's really, and the Republicans understand the economy, just as well as Democrats do. They just look at it a little bit differently, Democrats want to spend money, Republicans want to spend money. Republicans want to make money, Democrats want to make money, so. I'm more more concerned about, talking about this, the right of way, problem. Just, needs our help, to solve this. And Trump might say, well, hell, I'll just draft it right away myself through an executive order because these are federal land. I don't think that will happen, but, I guess I wouldn't go shocked if this came to that, But, we have been living pretty high off the hog, folks, and, the change is gonna be painful. Rehab, school closed, all that nice stuff. I wish we would have, been a little more diligent in how we spend a lot of this money, so that we would have something after it's all gone. But now we're rushing around, trying to spend what's left before the government. Hell, we don't even have a plan, really. We haven't had a plan for, I can tell, for council have been spending money by resolution. That's not a plan. So we kind of current predicament. Responsibility lies here. We kind of created this. We put ourselves in a bad spot. But it is what it is. It may. I think if there's any drastic cutting that takes place in the immediate future that will affect tribes, it will probably happen to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They will drastically cut the Bureau of Indian Affairs. As a starter, when the topic of Indian country comes, is on the table. But I'm not going to go home and blow my brains out, right now. But we can get ourselves all worked up. I got enough posters. I ain't got no hair to get gray anymore. So. But we may end up, we talk about programs and stuff, whatnot. What about the money we get here? We make what, $55,000 a year, $60,000 a year. And we'll be gone 12 months from now. So get ready.
Thanks, Mike. And good morning, everyone. Would've, should've, could've. Done. We're here now, and we have to, like Wayne just got up and said, regardless of what, we have to plan for A, B, C, D, all the way down to Z, because something's coming and we don't know what. And for our people listening, you also need to help us plan, because everything can be cut with this new administration. Our EBT, everything can be. So all of us need to plan diligently now to prepare for whatever. We don't know what's coming at us, but we need to prepare for it. And that includes the Oyate too. Help us, help you. Don't point no fingers. This needs to be a team effort here. Everybody needs to work together. And for those, other, they're not even programs, but those other entities out there that are trying to override us with our right-of-ways and everything, Shame on you. If they want to be that way, let's just take them into court. And stop messing around with what they're trying to do to us as people. We do have our rights. And I think we should have some working sessions here, you guys, not just on council, but let's come to the table and let's just sit down and have some working sessions and talk about all this. So that way, when we come to the council meetings, we're ready and we're prepared, that we don't waste our time talking about it during this time so we can get through our agendas, but let's have some working sessions. And everyone have a good day. Have a good day out there, people.
I just want to say that, we've seen this before. We've had before you guys did. But there's no sense in causing crime and trying to get me scared. We'll get through it. But I honestly think that this body has spent a lot of money unnecessarily and continues to do so when that money could be something else. But can we just get on with the meeting and move forward? Sure. Thank you.
We'll go on to the agenda approval. Mr. Jones, yesterday I received your written request yesterday afternoon. I did email some entities that you had requested to be here. I was informed from TLE that they're awaiting for a court hearing and it's still litigation, so council can hear it. I requested from TLE something in writing because I didn't see anything in writing. I haven't been updated on the issue. I don't know if one of our TLE board members can give us some insight on that. Emily or Wayne. Mr. Jones is requesting to be on the agenda with Dorothy Jones.
Actually, yeah, I would like to get talk to you guys about this, if it's possible, and if I could get on the agenda. It's just, gotta get on the agenda. It ain't no pointing fingers, stuff like that, I'm just trying to.
Excuse me, Mr. Jones, you have to request to be on the floor, and then council has to approve it, yeah.
So what I was just saying is that what they're saying is that it's still in litigation and they're awaiting a court hearing, so council can't hear any of the issues on it until that hearing is resolved. And I don't know, but I asked for something in writing on what it's in litigation from the TLE attorney, so I haven't been on the TLE board, so I don't know what the new updates are.
Yeah, the TLE attorney filed a formal contest of the decree from, was it a year ago, roughly?
I have no idea.
You won a decree about a year or so ago in tribal court. And then, so now TLE has filed a contest on that because it doesn't meet the bylaws for assignment and heirs, assignment heirs. So it's still, it's in litigation. We haven't actually heard, the attorneys haven't heard back from the tribal courts of when they're going to get their court date. So that's basically where it's still sitting. And it's been stagnant for a few months now.
Basically.
We got Tammy, Todd, and then Royal.
They are from my community. They are tribal members. I'll make that motion for them to get forward if there's any objections.
Any objections for Ronald to get the board?
Is this gonna, I guess, hinder that litigation process for them? I mean, that's kind of what we're running to make sure, because then if they do, then it'll end up coming back here again, and because we already heard it. That's the only thing I'm concerned about, but I mean, I'm always supportive of getting the door for tribal members, but that's the only problem I have. Right?
And if they're awaiting a hearing, I don't think council should hear it until the.
I would have just to protect their rights, otherwise they could be very wrong.
Yeah, it would come to the.
They lose some of their options.
Okay, we have Todd, Royal, and then Mike. Okay, Royal.
Yeah, today there was a meeting at Standard Rock, and we passed a resolution on the Black Hills Restoration Act. And I don't know what the status is, but they were supposed to revise that language in there because it wasn't according to Albert Whitehead's photography, which is the tribes. But I was advised that now is not the time to take something like that too. But I think they anticipate that Trump is going to win. So now that it's going to be a new turnover on the hill with Dems out, Biden's now the Dems out, and then the Republicans coming in. It's not a good idea to take that. So I want to either add that to the agenda or rescind that resolution.
Which resolution?
I was to join some organization in Standing Rock. They're having a meeting today. Chris Eaglebear brought it up. I don't know which resolution it was or what the number is. I probably have it in my notes. Or I can either get that on the agenda or I'll find it and then resend it.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
So I'll move to approve the agenda.
Okay, did, Mike, did you have a second? To approve the agenda. Well, tomorrow, on the agenda tomorrow, there's a joint venture and Dr. Warren will be here at 1. I was just informed of that this morning with slides, so I don't know if we should add him tomorrow at 1 o'clock. The joint venture in the new hospital, so.
Do you need a motion?
No, he made it, I'll just add it on.
I just have a question about the agenda. At the last meeting, there were some things that got brought up from Education Committee that were time sensitive and have a deadline. And so I was just wondering if you knew if that was going to be brought up today or tomorrow, so I can let the people know that are going to be zooming in to be on standby.
We'll just go down the agenda.
Okay, I just want to make sure because it's time sensitive, so it'll have to be today or tomorrow.
Can we act on Royal's motion?
Is there a second on Royals? Todd seconded it.
30 or 60 seconds.
Todd seconded it. After Wayne.
With the addition of the joint venture?
Agenda.
Mike.
That's what the discussion.
I don't know if this qualifies as a point of order, but I thought we were talking about starting a conversation about approving the agenda. Shouldn't we do that before we move on?
That's uncomfortable. The question by Sherry. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
So 24 to 84. We can go ahead and start down the agenda since Jolene is here. You wanna?
Okay. Can you kindly explain to me about the items and that?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Jones. So there was a request for you to be on the agenda. It was objected and that we approved the agenda without your addition on there. And I didn't receive anything from TLE. And
May I have the floor, just for
does anybody want to?
5 minutes, because I am a tribal member,
Any
and
objection?
I am representing an elderly, my mom, and so far, like, at one time, Mr. Adamley stood up and said, nobody addresses the elderly anymore. So, I take it.
You have the floor.
Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm just it's kind of weird to have the floor. But you guys talked about different changes. There's always different changes. And the changes of the law seem to change. But I'm trying to make my point is that we got a law here. And everybody has to abide by the law. Like he said, you're going to go to court, obey the law. You go to jail, obey the law. Judge says, go to court, you go to court, you obey the law. So now, well, my point is that I was reviewing the 2023 minutes, February 9th. And on this minutes, you guys approved. There's no one beat for you. You guys be approved on UTLE? No. Okay. You guys be approved on the we were seeking help for my mom for assistance. There's just only a few there I'm not eating. So, but anyway, what I was getting at is that maybe I could bring in Mr. your guys' lawyer, because maybe he could assist me with this. On that meeting, people were upset and they didn't know the facts of what was going on. But there was one that I wanted the whole board here. But since there is some board members, I figured that, you guys are making it for Mr. Lee and the lawyer to represent you guys. So, Cherry, may I ask this point? You've been on 3 terms, probably about 4 terms, right? 6 terms? And you are sworn in. One. Yeah, you are sworn in, right? And then Ms. Madeline, you were sworn in just recently. And all the new members were all sworn in by Judge Honorable Marshall, right? I think so far. So now, you guys honored that. So what we're asking is to help us assist with Dorothy Jones's thing about honoring the judge's decision. And with the judge's decision, it's not enforced. So I'm going to ask you guys if you guys can tell my mom, enforce this law, which TLE doesn't abide by, and they're not above the law. And this has been going on for what, 18, 19 months? And we did all the procedures. So I went up to Aberdeen and asked Mr. Clifford, can you read this? I need some legal advice. So he did. And he turned around and this is what he quoted. And thank my older sister, I came across one paper that cleared everything. So now I am good. But that's all legal. So I was asking you guys if you guys could advise your lawyer to take over to TLE and ask them how come they didn't answer to this, to hand over the lease to my mom. So that's what, because everything now, like, I don't want to bring it up, the lawyer is lawyering out again. So it's a lead on. We done everything but you guys all agreed upon too, that take it to the court, took it to the court. But nobody's above the law. And I don't know if people look at this. This is another thing right here. Anybody look at these fiscal years when they hand them to you at TLE? Does anybody read these? Does anybody read the audits? You know, because in one of these sections here, it's just crazy because I've been doing a lot of research for the last 40 hours and my mom asked me to take over on this and take a look at it. So, even here, the audits, they even say the leasers, tribal TLE is a leaser, so they cannot come up with the accurate number on their leasing, so they can't proceed with it. So, there's a lot of numbers switched around in here, and you know what the best answer is? I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But the best answer is that, you know, it's okay, we'll take care of it. So, it's surprisingly that the hand is up, but nobody really pays attention. I'm only asking for assistance, asking help to enforce what is right, like we gotta start, changing it, things have to change. I've been gone for a while.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Are you guys aware that there's a hearing that is waiting to be scheduled?
We wasn't notified.
Okay, maybe.
Nobody was notified. This is all, like, if you look at it, 2022, we already went to
Where's our
court.
attorney?
Form.
Yeah, you may need to follow up with him to see where it's at.
Even at that, when did you guys file in? Because if you look at the notes on that, that's what we've been waiting for. So what I'm asking from the tribal and the committee and the council is to give us assistance on this elderly to rightfully give her land back or assign him a name. That's all. That's all she wants is her land back. And I think it pertains to like 160 acres. So that's what we're asking is, maybe since, I'm a member, you guys are shareholders. Yeah, we kind of run TLE, basically. So even as a shareholder, and maybe we need to do another, audit on them. Maybe we need to do another investigation on them. Because somewhere along the line, things ain't working out over there, and they should just cut it down, make it a recovery land, and open up a new office and start new. And this way you guys know how much money's coming in, how much money's going out, who's leasing, what's happening. And leave that where people can come down and actually get their land back, or have it redeeded, or see what happened. So that would be all shut down, new office, new beginning. You guys want to start new? That would be one way. There's a number of things that could happen around here, but people just don't, I don't know, coming after us. Well, everybody wants to make changes. We don't need to make changes. We own our own land. We own our own stuff. There's a lot of things that could happen around here. So I would like to ask, council, if they would make a motion of helping assisting my mom with TLE and the lawyer, which was provided by you guys by information, and you guys get an immediate answer within the 2-day working period.
Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at these minutes from February 9th, 2023, there was a motion by this body directing PLE to honor the court documents. Now, it seems to me the council has already inserted itself into this.
But the date of it?
I'm just saying, yeah, that's what they did here. Let me finish. And obviously, TLE decided to go ahead and appeal the judge's decision. So I guess at this point, if I wanted to hear anything, I would maybe ask Wayne or someone from TLE to explain why did TLE appeal the decision, and which they had a right to, because that's part of the court. Our court systems work that way. Decision, a judge can grant a decision, make a decision, and it can be appealed. So there's nothing wrong with that process. Now, why did TLE appeal the judge's decision?
Because they disagree with how the judge ruled.
Yeah, that's why we can't go into details. We can't go into details because it's, of course, apparently still awaiting for a hearing date to be scheduled on that appeal.
Okay,
there must have been a reason for the appeal.
There is, Mike, but I mean,
because the judge
it's not ethical for this body to hear.
violated the regulations over there, or
Yes.
specific like that.
Yes.
And that's all I want to hear.
That they violated the bylaws of how assignments are reassigned.
Right, that's all I want to hear.
Did you have
That's all I can say though.
If you look at it, we did appeal it, and they didn't answer from the time of February 23rd all the way up to this day. So that's what.
Okay, so I guess the best we could do is probably suggest to the court that they put this on the fast track We could ask him to do that.
The court,
Yes.
I send it to judge, I send it.
Mike, we can't, that's separate, we have separation of
We've had all
powers.
the courts have, but we're
Yeah.
waiting on the
Separate,
courts.
the
decision.
separation of powers, we can't do that, but there,
But are you guys,
Mrs. Jones' attorney can ask her attorney to look into when that hearing date.
this is your guys' bylaw, right? Right, Mike?
Yeah, I totally.
Yeah.
I completely understand, you know, how.
We are, you know. But what TLE did, you know, they violated the law first, right off the bat, when they sent a letter to them to come and answer on May 16th. On this, May 17th, 16th, we sat there and waited, and if you look, the judge asked us, would it be all right if we adjust the court for another 25 minutes to get TLE up here? Were you guys properly informed? And said, yes, they were. We're going to call them again. So they called the clerk of court. Send somebody up here for continuance. So we sat there and wait. Finally, he said, 10:25, let's just start the meeting without him. We have been properly informed. So we did the procedure. So that's the same guy that, where do you go, put you in that seat legally.
Okay, we
So
have
he didn't
Emily,
legally bonded.
Emily Totes and Sherry.
Thank you. So I'm also on the TLE board, but I was new to this, and so I don't feel comfortable listening just because of what we were told yesterday as far as we could potentially interfere with their processes, and that's the only reason why I don't want to. I can't say everything unless we go off air or maybe in executive, but even then we were cautioned on any kind of details. But the question I think that Mr. Bolt is asking is very fair, and I think that it would provide a lot of background information for the new council especially. So I don't know how you guys feel about that. Like if we are gonna talk about it, then I think we need a legal opinion or something, because I'm just sitting here to be quiet because I feel for this family, like I wanna be there and be supportive, but the way that it was explained yesterday was because it's in the process, they're waiting on scheduling a hearing, or I don't know, something is waiting on the court. And if we interfere, then we are violating the rights of the people that are waiting for their due process in that. And so, you know what I mean? Like, yes. By trying to help, we are actually making it worse. And so I just don't know if we can get a legal opinion, or if we can maybe wait on this until we get the legal, whatever from the TLE lawyer as far as
And council holds the largest amount of certificates for TLE, so it would be a conflict for council to assist her in helping with that issue, so.
That's another thing, this motion
Yeah,
is included in the.
Sherry and Totes.
Do we have our Assistant Attorney General on staff yet?
Tomorrow is his first day, and it's a conflict for Eric Antoine, our in-house attorney, to address the issue too, so.
It's the TLE attorneys, it's the ones that have.
So even though I'm a tribal member, you know, guys, that you guys all been elected in by all the old reservation. And if this continues with other members and they come here, this is just coming to a bluff, huh? Of saying, yeah, we gotta go to court. I went to court with you guys, with TLE. Said and done. One of the representatives back in the 90s. Turn around, take us to court. Okay, so we did. Took this long, but we fought that hard. So, when does it stop? Because we don't have the money to be going after our lawyer. Hell, our lawyer gets $130,000. That TLE lawyer, a day, year, and that, 130. It says it in the book. And that's how much you guys been paying those guys. You come down and say, whoa, stop, hold on, you know, we can lead it out another year. That's another 200,000. You think about all those 100,000s for them to be saying, let's follow. Now, I'm representing my mom, you know. Let's say if you guys are in my shoes, would you do the same? But no. You come here, you guys are supposed to be standing up for the people, especially the elderlies. The youth, they're good. I understand. I see a lot of youth. They're rising. But you guys need to show a little respect. And I think you guys are losing it for some reason that So
We have
that,
Totes and Emily.
You know, no disrespect to this family, especially to your mother, but anything that is in court, you guys, we cannot hear because we're jeopardizing both sides, because I was here the last time that you guys started this also. And it's really, you know, we just can't hear it out. We can't. And we're not showing disrespect, and the people did vote us in. But when something's in court, we can't jeopardize anything that has been put forth already. That's all I'm saying, you know, and hopefully they'll be able to set a court date here soon so this can be settled. Because it's been going on a lot of years.
if you look at the brochure, it was settled May 17th, 2022 in the court of Audubon. Sure.
But Mr. Jones, what we're saying is that the TLE has filed another appeal against it and it's awaiting a hearing. So you'll have to reach out to your attorney to look into the matter.
Alright, well, anyway, just to let the public know that seems like you guys are in a real high position. And that law book right there says you guys control the whole reservation. But it seems like you guys seem to be, I don't know, don't want to do nothing with TLE. And you guys need to understand that you guys hold majority of the shares and all this is going on with TLE. So, kind of rocking the boat here, guys. I guess I gotta wait for court, and then what I do, come back here to court and show you guys how I got railroaded? Because otherwise I gotta go back to court and maybe somebody up there in a higher seat and peer understand that this land is legally, my mom's and it says in Aberdeen as Mr. Clifford gave me all the paperwork what you guys got. And that came from Aberdeen. So how did it bypass, you know, PIA admission? And they got the same information.
Because it wasn't a law book.
Okay, my name is Dorothy Jones, and a lot of you know me, and a lot of you don't. I'm a member of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. I'm an enrolled of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. I was born and raised here in Rosebud, and I always respect the council. The council is the governing body, where they make the decisions. TLE is only entity to the tribe. My dad went to had a land exchange, which is executive land. I went to many superintendents, and the superintendent said, that's your land. You can do what you want with it. You can live on it. You can sell it, whatever. So, I went to the board. Board one after another ever since 19, that's 43 years I've been going there. Every time the new director knew something, I go. I went to the courts and they said, no, there's no expectation of that. You can go. That's your land. So I went to TLE. Every year I practically went. Then I had my brothers went with me, and then they're all gone. My daughter and I went a couple of years ago, last year, when they made the decision. I come to council. I go over there and I come to council. Council, Mr. Bordo referred us back to the TLE board. What they do is TLE, we got on the board, we were there, Mr. Hermany Horses came out and said they don't want to hear you. That's discrimination. Because he said it's going to be over and over. So I said, I told him I have two options. One is go to the council. I came to the council. That's when they referred us back. So I told her, I have two options, to go to the council, which I already did. Next thing is take it to court, and I did. The land is rewarded to me, but they will not acknowledge it. Why? They will not give my land back when it's mine. Who has an answer here? You guys should make the decision. They did what type? They went to council. They referred it. That land should be referred back to me. But they didn't. They violated my rights. They violated the court order, which I thought the court order was binding. That's my guess. Because we're sovereign government, and you are the governing body, and the TLE is only annexed. So I'm sure I did my son to do my business. I had my daughter, but she left me. Now it's my son. And he did a lot of research. And I'm thankful he did. When I was young, I did my own research. But now I'm hard hearing, I'm going to get around, but I'm still fighting for my land. And all of us, we're here today, and I'm really thankful you gave us the. I thank the council, I thank everybody for giving us the opportunity to get out of it. And it's your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you.
May I ask one more thing before I leave the floor? Okay, on this date, this one here, that was a motion to ban for the DLE to honor the document of Mrs. Jones on February 14th. I'd like to ask the council on this particular motion that you guys made and agreed. Did you guys get anything in return back to DLE in the 14th day? Can you look that up, please?
Yeah, it says follow up on February 14th.
Yeah.
You want to know what the follow up was?
That's what I'm asking her, because that should be all in that box right there. So that was one that I wanted basically to do a follow up on this. But I threw in the court and all this that, when you guys all swear in by the judge, to hold the truth, nothing but the truth, or something like that. But I really wanted that lawyer here and Cleve and the board to just flat out to see what's going on with this land. Then you guys will all know it. Then everybody will know it. Then, like I'm saying, shut down TLE, stop it right there, make a new TLE. You guys can find out where all your land is going. Who has land? How much income? How much resource? Live off that. Because Obama's coming. Not Obama, but Trump is coming.
Who's Obama?
Yeah, I used to be Obama.
Well, thank you, Mr. Jones. And I recommend you get a hold of Arden Bright and see, because I haven't seen anything in writing. So
anyway, I was asking if you guys could make a motion on this, that you guys did receive it or did answer it, or so I could put it on my records that I don't have to, have any answer to this. I have an answer to it.
I think Madam Secretary can just look into that and see what the follow-up was on that day of February 14th. Get in touch with her.
But we just wanted to make it on record with you guys because they should know, everybody's saying, where's that? Huh? You're a record lady. We see you on TV all the time. You seem to be the person that, so on your records, can you pull it up that on February 14th, 2023? Did you guys bring it to the council?
I'm new, I wasn't here on council in 2023, I just got on.
You just got on. Huh?
I've only been on for a year.
So you were sworn in by the judge and you know how to answer things by the law, right?
I hope so, I'm Mike.
Madam Chair, I formally request that Secretary record in the minutes the fact that the Jones family was here and presented their arguments.
For the record.
For the record, yes.
And
one other thing is, it comes back to me now, that several years ago, and Lisa, I think you were there also, I was on the TLE board when this issue surfaced. And that's been several years ago. And the sad thing about this is it's still unresolved. I'm wondering if the history and the records and TLE's bylaws, are so convoluted with this particular issue that Judge Sherman Marshall had decided that the evidence weighed in favor of Mrs. Jones and therefore granted, her request. And now that's being appealed, I don't think it's gonna win on appeal, frankly. But, I don't think TLE's gonna prevail. Now, having said that, the only way this body can get involved in this in an official matter is to convene a TLE board meeting, which means there's a process. We have a process to that. We have to petition for a meeting and all that stuff, and then we become members of the TLE. It's like an annual meeting, if you will. We're members, and we can petition a meeting, and we probably could at that point then legally address the situation. But barring that, as the council as we sit now, and TLE as a separate entity, we can't really affect the changing the court order. Or changing telling the courts what to do, basically. That's what we cannot do at this point. Otherwise, it jeopardizes our whole system of separation of powers.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
All right. So
He made a motion to acknowledge his documents that Sherry sent.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he just said for the record.
He said for the record.
Just to acknowledge that he was here and submitted his documents.
Yeah, he said for the record.
can I add? Is there a way I can get a procedural copy that you guys did answer this, or was answered, or was forwarded? Who you guys?
Mike,
that's all I'm asking.
For the record, for that council recognize that you were here with your documents.
With my document asking TLE if they did answer on February 14, 2023 on this issue.
There hasn't been a motion entertained for that action, but Madam Secretary can look on the 14th to see what was turned over.
All right.
Okay?
So
he could be given a copy of the minutes.
Yeah.
The minutes.
On February 14th.
That's it.
You have a question? Bob?
Is there a possibility that this motion that was made back in February 9th of 2023 by the council could, is there a possibility that it could be brought back up and reaffirmed? Or ruled out of order.
I don't,
Really, we had no business, the council had no business.
so
passing that.
that was after the first order, and then the went and appealed it after that, so.
So technically the conference shouldn't have done it.
That was after the first, or the.
January 9th, you guys had a meeting here, and Pat made a motion to address TLE to address Mrs. Jones's papers. So, there were 10 in favor, 1-0, no voting. The other one turned out to be that, apparently Scott stood up and he overruled. So, I reviewed the meeting on all this, on your guys' YouTube and stuff. So apparently on January 25th, you guys bring it up again. But Scott overruled it again for no quorum. Because he received a phone call from this representative stating that there's no quorum. Which at that time there was a quorum again on the 9th of January, which was 10 and 1 in favor.
Bob, you wanna make that
The
motion?
president overruled it.
You wanna make that motion?
No, I'm just asking if that's a possibility. Because,
Move on.
Yeah, we need to move on to our agenda.
Yeah, okay, move on, but I wanted to know that you wanna continue doing this? So this way you guys will keep up to date of what's happening when the court system comes, so when I come back and present awards or what happened, this is your guys' decision too.
I guess what bewilders me is why is it taking so long?
Because TLE's appealing it again, I guess. I don't know, I haven't seen any official filing on it, but that's just what our board members were informed of.
They just asked me to go to court.
How many other tribal members is TLC doing that to?
I have no idea.
Apparently, from my understanding, there's quite a few. So, I can't be the only one out of 10,000 now. Everybody, I turn around and give you guys a phone call, probably come on your email there.
Okay, we can move forward with our agenda. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, no problem.
Get it done, dude.
Thank you, Dorothy.
I got one more big quick. At one time, they offered me 10,000. That means they feel guilty. I refused it. I talked to a lawyer from here, over there, I don't know. Mr. Bordo referred me to the lawyer, or council lawyer or something. So I went over there and told him what I wanted. He left, and a week later, he told me I got it up to 15,000. So I said, no. All I want is my land, that land in my name, and I said it's going to be mine. That's all I wanted. So therefore, I just want to mention that they did TLE, but I felt guilty or something. But either way, I just want to let you know, get it off my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy.
When did you take, when, yes, that, not something, that question, but when's the court date on that again?
It hasn't been scheduled yet.
Yeah, it's just been filed when?
I have no idea.
You'll have to ask your attorney to reach out and look. I think they're waiting for a hearing date to be scheduled.
With the same court that we're going up there?
Is what Cleve
So
told me.
this time, Stephen is gonna show up?
For expedition.
So Stephen is gonna show up, right? Because when they ask you to show up in court, it's called, bench warrant for your arrest, no show. What do you call that? Where you don't show up at court? Failure to appear. So you bring your lawyer, and one of them, it's the law, guys.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Dorothy. Can we take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, break.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. That was almost a real Well, I have to reach out to all the tribes.
Mary One, then. Mary One, they got extra room.
This is still going on. You should
I never thought I'd be this old coming here.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
How old are you now?
Take care of yourself.
Is it the only good people like? I'm still here. That must be terrible.
Give the judge. And you do this.
Michael?
Good too. No, this is off the record.
Someone got an attitude.
Maybe.
Grandma, they don't understand.
So just drop it out to the basement.
In the legal process, you go around, I do the other side of the thing, so yeah.
Well, if you look under the circumstances.
No, I understand.
Okay, now, this is what we're at. Okay. I agree with this one here is on this page here.
Yeah.
Before they even appeared. This was February 13th, 2020. Okay, right there, now, March 23rd, they did it. See, this is all, every sort of, they even appeared with this.
That's a great thing. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, back then, you had no decision. Really gotta help.
This is all, on the date, February 23rd, today I can do it.
we'll start off with the Office of Special Trustee. Jolene is here. Thank you for your patience. Give us some good numbers.
I know. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jolene Webster, the FTO for Bureau of Trust Fund Administration, Rosebud agency.
Good morning.
Morning. For November, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe general account is sitting at $51,908.89. The tribal land enterprise certificate account, $4,149,159.64. The Indian Land Consolidation recoup account, sitting at $9,819,447.20. The Sioux Nation docket number 14878 for the Black Hills land is sitting at $1,365,859,915.69. For the Sioux Nation non-Black Hills land is sitting at $189,332,852.75. And this month, we're still sitting at roughly 2,739 whereabouts unknown individuals. We found out that, this number is fluctuating. It's going up and down. We're working on people that call in and want to update their addresses, but we're still at $2,700 per individuals. For March 2025, we still plan on having our will clinic. So if anyone out there, or if you know of anyone, elders or not elders, who'd like to sign up, please call our office at 605-856-4965. That's all I have for the month of November.
For the Wolf Clinic, is that just a 1 day? It'll be all day?
It's a 2-day process. Yeah, it's a 2-day process where the applicants will fill out an application and a will there. And the second day is when they come in and go over the finalized will and make any necessary corrections or amendments to it and sign the will on the second day.
Okay. So anybody interested will have to call in and schedule an appointment and then file an application?
Correct.
Okay.
And now is the time to, sign up and get your names on the books so we can reach out to those individuals when it gets closer to March.
What's those days and the number again? Sorry.
Tentatively, March 11th and 12th, 2025. And those dates will be finalized probably the next month or two.
And the number?
605-856-4965.
Are there any questions for Jolene? Mike?
Wayne, could you explain the monies that are in the account that the young lady just informed us of? I don't have a clue as to what.
Why have they
Mike, the monies in the account are generated from leases, land assignments, land sales, things like that.
And who does that money belong to? Tribe and the Latis and?
These are the tribe's accounts.
The tribe's account?
Yeah.
Okay. And, so eventually that money will come over here?
Correct.
And when is eventually?
Whenever the tribal council or Wayne and TLE, they'll request a drawdown request and transfer the monies from this account to their own account.
Which we do as we need it, Wayne, to fund our programs?
Well, the ILCA money right now we are taking action on. Last week, El Lavendor, he used to be the assistant secretary under Obama. And with the ILCA money, it was set in place, and there were spending guidelines that were set in place by Secretary Jewell for fractionated interest.
Right.
We're going to try to see if we can get that money without the spending guidelines, and to be drawn down to us. If not, then we are going to ask if it can be reimbursed for land purchases that we have already made.
And that is what, $9 million? Yeah.
There's a little over $9 million in that account.
Okay.
And what we're asking for, if they can't lift the restrictions, then from the date of that secretary letter, 2018, till today, purchased 4,600 and some acres fractionated interest at a value of $7,500,000.
Right.
So we're asking.
When you refresh our memories as to how this ILCA money came about.
The Indian Land Consolidation Act that appropriated funds. There was an Indian Land Consolidation Act that appropriated funds for tribes to go out and buy up fractionated interest.
Right.
And so when that money was used then to buy a fractionated interest, it was like a loan. So that when that was purchased, the rent received for that went back to pay off that loan. While at some point those loans were forgiven, the title was just.
Okay, so the loans were forgiven.
Yes, at one time the loans were forgiven. However, there were still lease being collected and put into this count, and we were being forced to treat that money as the original appropriations with all these strings attached. And so our position was, this was lease income received from them, the loan was forgiven, so that money should be ours, with no strings attached. However, the secretary, as the letter says no, the strings are attached.
What were the conditions, if any, on the forgiveness rationale of the loan?
I don't think there were any conditions in that.
If there were any conditions, they were just forgiven.
Yes.
So, but the bureaucracy then decided that we could only use that money to buy fractionated interest.
Correct.
And, okay.
Now, at the time, there was 8.7 million.
Right.
Yeah.
But my point is that it basically was money that the government gave to us as a loan. They then forgave the loan, which in the ordinary sense means it's now ours, right? But when they and they didn't put any stipulations on it when the forgiveness was formalized, but somewhere between there and now, the bureaucrats came up with this policy that we could only use it for this and that. So, why don't we file a lawsuit to challenge those restrictions?
Second.
I mean, if the loan was forgiven, if the loan was forgiven, and I don't know who decided that to forgive it. Did Congress decide to forgive it, or?
I believe it was Congress.
Okay, so at that point, it became ours, and then our benefactors then just determined that they needed to patronize us and dictate to us how it can be spent. I think we should challenge that.
We have been trying to settle this now since 2000.
I know, but through negotiations, but have we tried
to file a suit, but
file a suit?
We haven't. But hopefully, we have our fingers crossed that before he leaves office, the existing assistant secretary will allow the BIA using that ILCA money to reimburse the $7.5 million that TLE just spent buying fractionated interest during that time period.
Okay, that's how it could end up in our pockets then to do with it as we please.
It was just a letter sent out Tuesday, so we're hoping that can happen. But I think Eric can clarify some of that.
Good morning, Council. So, in answer to some of your questions, the way the process worked was originally with the purchase of fractionated interest, the Interior would purchased those interests and they placed a lien on the lease revenue from that fractionated interest. And that's what's in that account.
Yeah.
Is those liens. But Janet Yellen's administration, a few years ago, they released the liens because under the Cobell litigation, instead of the tribe borrowing money to buy fractionated interest, Cobell said that the federal government put up the funds for the tribes to buy fractionated interest. And I'm sure you remember that like 8 or 10 years ago when the tribe and Ontario were buying fractionated interest. So there was no longer any necessity for there being a purchase with a lien on that fractionated interest when we had Cobell funds without those restrictions. But the liens have been released on that lease revenue, not on it's on the, it's like when you buy a car, the title has a lien on it. So the lien has been released, so that lease revenue is sitting there accumulating interest, but because it was under, the Indian Land Consolidation Act and not under Cobell, it's still subject to those restrictions on purchasing fractionated interest because it's under a different federal authorization. And it's not a matter of suing, it's a matter of what the statute authorizes. So we requested Interior to clarify what releasing the liens would mean, that what restrictions remained on the use of those at least accumulated lease revenue that liens no longer encumbered. It should have been the tribe's lease income. They said, no, you have to use it under the terms of the original act, which is to purchase fractionated interest.
Okay, that's
the original administrative decision, yeah,
right.
Not under the federal act. Right. So we tried to get the Trump administration to remove those restrictions, and that's where we're at. We're trying to get the act only applied to the fractionated interest. You know, the revenue is kind of a different issue, and Rosebud has the most of any tribe in that income that was generated from that lease revenue. It's sitting there in the form, it's accumulating interest. We just wanted the Interior to remove the rules that say you can only buy fractionated interest of that money, under the rules under the Indian Land Consolidation Act. But we didn't need to do that because we had Cobell funds. Those are without those restrictions.
And Rosebud was the pilot program for that. We have the most money in that.
one way we could get our hands on that money is to speed up the buying of fractionated interest, right?
No, all of those fractionated interests that people wanted to sell were already bought up.
Okay.
So all the fractionated interests that we could have bought were bought then, but we didn't have to use ILCA, we used Cobell funds, which is a settlement that the government provided just specifically for that purchase. So that's a separate fund. So the ILCA funds revenue from that lease income is still subject to the restrictions under that previous federal act. So the Administrative Procedures Act, and there's some question now about agency interpretation of federal law. That was their interpretation that those rules that applied to the original purchase of those fractionated interests, and we couldn't use the lease revenue for anything but to purchase more of those under ILCA, those still applied. And that was a determination of, the Secretary of the Interior had that decision to make that, the discretion to make that decision. Because previously, Janet Yellen said the liens are released. So she had that discretion to say, that revenue is no longer subject to those liens, but it's still subject to the rules under ILCA. And that's what we're trying to get the Secretary, we tried to get the Secretary of the Interior to allow lesser restrictions on the use of the funds. So it's not an interpretation of federal law, it's an agency discretion question. And we try to get that done under the Biden administration.
What was the definition of a fractionated interest under the?
I can't remember. It's a very small amount.
Was it like limited to 50 acres or less, or?
It was a percentage of an acre. it was a very small amount, but that amount added up when they put the lien on the lease revenue, that instead of coming to the tribe, it went to that fund, and that's why it built up so much, because Rosebud purchased a lot of fractionated interest under ILCA. But that was subject to those conditions. After Cobell, the government provided the funds without those restrictions to purchase fractionated interest, so we didn't need to use ILCA. And the ILCA program itself, there's nobody in that office. That agency that office is shut down. That's why we're trying to get the Secretary of the Interior to change the rules regarding the use of that lease income. And that's still a secretarial, decision. It's within their discretion, but when we approached the Trump appointee back, the first time they were in office, they said, nope, ILCA rules still apply. That's it. So the tribe was only allowed to use those funds to purchase more fractionated. So we're subject to that lien. Right. Why would we do that? When we have Cobell and there's no restrictions. And there's no restrictions on the lease revenue. We continue to get that.
Okay. So are you saying there's no more fractionated interest to be bought up out there?
No, there is. It's just the Cobell funds, they're not subject to those ILCA restrictions. That was a change that Cobell, the courts decided that because there was mismanagement, that the federal government had to provide that those funds to purchase fractionated interest to the tribes, so the tribes would get those fractionated because that would otherwise achieve. Anyway, it's the same idea of a different source of funds that are, and we don't have to use the lease revenue to finance the purchase of those fractionated interests. That's the difference between ILCA and Cobell.
Right, I understand that, but that $9 million is still sitting there, and one way to get it into our pockets is to buy land with it, right? Fractionated. Are there any to be bought up then?
Why would we do that when we have Cobell and Cobell doesn't require us to put a lien on that fractionated interest on the lease revenue? Right. We don't need to use it. Okay. And that office no longer
why can't we use both?
Well, we can use both. It's just that $9 million should be the tribe's funds. Those rules shouldn't apply because the lien is no longer on that fractionated interest lease income from those fractions.
Under that Indian Land Consolidation Act, it specifically emphasizes self-determination. Right. And then it goes into, here today, they put all the guidelines on it that but it's our lease money, we should be able to spend it the way.
Guidelines in the act itself?
It came forward through different congressional actions through the Department of Interior.
It's like CFR regulations and the rules that the Department of Interior established for that program. See, when we originally asked under the Trump administration for them to release to change those rules, it was $7 million. Now it's up to $9 million.
In 2000, during the Trump administration, I think at the time it was Secretary Tara Sweeney that was selected under the Trump administration. We went up there when Rodney Bordeaux was president, and they didn't have an office. They didn't even know who was handling that account. So it kind of took some time for us to actually get a handle on where we can go with those funds, but that's how they were.
So, status quo is that money just going to sit there and languish then? What's the point of that?
No, we've been trying.
Two things could happen, Mike. One, but we're hoping that they'll reimburse us for the $7.5 million, but if they don't, then we just have to work out a process whereby we start using that money to buy fractionated interest. I think that Daryl's been talking with CLE somewhat on that, and if they have to, then they could send out some kind of offer, reservation wide to purchase land, or they could select tracts that they could go after to purchase, however they wanted to do it. But the reason why they haven't done it in the past, Mike, is because they had other months. I
understand that. But how long are we going to wait before we decide to?
The letter went out Tuesday. The letter went out. This last Tuesday was hand delivered by Dal Lavender, our lobby. and we hope to have some kind of answer later this week or next week.
Okay, what if we don't get an answer?
If we don't get an answer, they turn us down to the
At what point are we gonna decide to, use that money that's sitting there to start buying fractionated interest?
You do that now if you want to.
Well, that's really what I'm getting
It's
at.
just a slow drawdown versus a large lump sum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there isn't any reason why we shouldn't be using it to buy fractionated interest.
We buy them all day, Mike, at TLC.
Well, why aren't we doing that?
We are doing it. You can't force
Well, I'm wondering.
you can't force a lattes to sell.
I know that. I'm just saying, I'm understanding that this money's just sitting there static, nothing's happening. It's not being used at all.
Right.
And even if there's one fractionated interest out there, we ought to buy it. Why just let that money sit there? I guess that's my point.
We can't.
And sure, we can eventually try to get the restrictions taken off, but in the meantime, why just let it sit there?
Mike, we've been working on this issue for several years, I think, since the last time you were on there. But the letter went out on Tuesday.
Even if we only ended up buying 10 acres with it, at least that's something.
The letter went out on Tuesday, so let's see what the response is to that letter, and then we can move forward from there.
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you. What if we don't get a response, are we still just gonna be talking about it?
Should we put a timeline on that? So if we don't hear back by the end of this month, then maybe we should take action and take a trip to DC or start a different plan or plan something at council, or maybe we need to have our.
It's kind of determined on, the end of this administration. I know there's a lot of tribes probably knocking on the Department of Interior's door. And then we'll have to see who the new secretary is. So it kind of split.
The Administrative Procedures Act says not making a decision is a decision. So if they don't respond to our letter, then we can appeal that lack of decision 30 days after we send it to them.
Okay,
So
thank you.
so we can do that and pursue it through the Administrative Procedures Act. Appeal.
So in 30 days, we'll rehash the issue. And I just wanted to get the board really quick to make note to the Sioux Nation docket, 14878 and the Sioux Nation docket 901, 9018696. Those, the 1.3 billion and the 189 million, the Black Hills are not for sale. So I just wanted to let.
You don't touch it.
Yeah, that we don't touch that. I just want the public to know that our treaty council director asked the Bureau of Trust Funds to report that funding amount to us. I don't want any misconception that we have $1 billion sitting someplace. That's the Sioux Nation settlement funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Any more? I'm sorry. Come on.
It's not really for Jolene, it was just a follow-up question from the other one, about the letter that went out. Is there already plans in the work from the tribal side in case the first option isn't chosen and the second option is? Because my understanding that the second option, all of those funds would then go to TLE versus the tribe. So I was just wondering, have we discussed with TLE what that would look like if that is the option that's chosen?
No, that has to be resolved by the tribal council, because the ILCA funds were tribal funds. So any lands that was purchased with ILCA or COBAL not assigned to TLE, the tribes would have been receiving income off those lands. So I'm sure it'll probably be the same with this ILCA, but that decision hasn't been made yet.
Just waiting for the response.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions for Jolene? Make a motion to approve your report. Motion by Totes, seconded by Tammy, questioned by Dwayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Thank you, Jolene.
Thank you, everyone.
Did Wayne pass?
Good time.
Did Wayne pass?
A+. Madam Chair, should we make that intervention about revisiting that in 30 days?
Yeah, we can, but we'll probably hear, let's make a motion.
So I'll make the motion to revisit the ILCA
letters request in 30 days.
Second.
Sherry,
Motion by Sherry, second by Totes, discussion.
I'm just wondering if we could have it like that first council meeting, so that,
much.
rather than 30 days, I don't know if it lands on a council meeting, so I was just wondering.
Okay.
Well, 30 days would be good because, you know, if we don't get a response by then, we can address it at our next council
Oh,
meeting.
thank you. That makes sense.
Question.
Question by Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
14 opposed? 0. Not voting? 1. Motion passed, 14-0-1. Okay, Ray Hart from the Bureau of Indian Affairs is on sick leave today, so he won't be here. And Marlene from IHS is out of town, so she will not be here today.
How about tomorrow?
She said all week.
Is she sending anybody else?
I don't know, I guess she got a hold of Kath. I didn't hear from her personally. Secretary. You, want to take a lunch break and then we'll come in to the officers' report?
Move.
Sounds good.
How long do you guys want? Hour, half hour?
4 hours.
An hour? Or we come back with an hour?
Siesta. I want 4 hours.
We'll take an hour.
Yeah.
Keep going. 4 hours.
B&B is feeding and CPAC. He didn't even hear
He didn't hear you. I didn't know that was an option.
That's what it's.
What did I say, the second option? Oh, no, I said second. You too? Read that
Where's the last one?
Don't even mention that, Mary. Don't put that in your on this list, and Wayne has a lot scheduled there, so we'll start with Wayne's and then we'll start with the list. You have some too? Resolution? Or just this list? Yeah.
Before I turn it over to Ken, small resolutions I need to get passed. One has to do with those 5 houses that I gave to the St. Francis School. It's a resolution officially gives those houses to the schools. That's never been done. The emergency legislation, so I'm not sure if someone wants to.
Sure, read it in. Who's a budget finance chair or budget finance member?
I can read it. Put it on the floor.
I'll get a motion by Tammy for emergency legislation. Is there a second? By Totes. Question by Sherry. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
Motion to approve. Mike, motion to approve.
325.
Is there a second?
325. Is there a second?
Second by Todd.
Okay, I'll start with the fourth, fifth whereas. Whereas the RST Tribal Council approves the selection of Ojibwe Housing Development Corporation, Inc., OHDC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Escovay Corporation to furnish and provide construction, labor services, contract administration, equipment, and tools necessary to construct 100 residential homes project in the OHDC Housing Factory, Global South Dakota, as ordered by the Sioux Tribe, the owner. And whereas the RST ARPA committee has recommended our Sioux Tribe assign and transfer full title and ownership to 5 residential properties constructed by OHDC housing plant to the St. Francis Indian School. Now therefore be it resolved that the Sioux Tribe adopts and approves the recommendation of RST ARPA committee to assign and transfer full title and ownership of 5 residential properties constructed by OHDC housing plant to the St. Francis Indian School. And be it finally resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute the transfer of full title and ownership of 5 residential properties to St. Francis Indian School and other related or supporting documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Any discussion? Tammy.
Real quick, what are these, gonna be used?
Teacher housing, they're already over there and the people are already living in.
Okay.
And Tammy, our plans are getting to school and we're in the process of entering these homes into what's called the 105L lease program. And what that does is we're going to a bank, the bank's going to purchase these homes and 105L is going to pay for it, the mortgage. So well, the tribe's going to be paid for this home. St. Francis School is going to get it on cost of a dime. And then we can use the money that we get to build more homes.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. Stanley, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
0-1.
Yeah, I have one more resolution here that needs to be amended. Resolution 24-147. And what this is a resolution that authorizes the contract with Dynamic Homes. We already amended one resolution, but apparently there are 2 contracts with Dynamic Homes for 15 homes each. And all this needs to do is be considered an amend. And on the last whereas on the first page where it has mediation, it should say mediation/arbitration. Because of the contracts with Dynamic Homes require arbitration. And this resolution only authorizes mediation, so we have to modify it to allow for arbitration also. Well, if somebody wants to reconsider and amend 2024-147.
Motion by Sherry, the second by Totes, question by Bill.
Do we have a resolution?
Let's reconsider and amend.
If you want copies of them, they're here. I don't know if you want copies of them.
What's the number?
It was 2024-147.
And all we're doing is on the last whereas, it's gonna say mediation/arbitration. And then the contract's attached. There are two contracts with Dynamic Homes. The first one you already amended. This is the second one.
Emily.
I have a quick question. Did we make a plan then what we're gonna do when they get here since we don't have the sites yet?
No.
Okay, when are we gonna be addressing or how will that be addressed?
I'm very, very, very concerned. I'm telling you.
And the reason I'm asking is because if we can't do it, I think we should know that because we are in the middle of a housing crisis. And if there's a way that we could expand our service to build some tiny homes that is going to be more realistic, then I think we should look at those options now versus wait until next year or too late.
We have somewhere around $7 million, $6.5 to $7 million that are unobligated. That's not budgeted. And I know Mike has asked our architects to develop a series of small house plans. And then he plans on bringing it back to you guys to see how many you want to build and how you want to build them. But hopefully those plans will be done in the next week or two.
Sherry.
Thank you. Some of that funding that was there, the intent behind it was to also help with foundation builds and site cleanup. So, I don't want that to get lost. And Emily, to answer your question, I think that's something that we should talk about in our working session for economic development committee.
Like I said, I'm really, really, really concerned because even though the majority of these funds are budgeted, they're not obligated.
Right.
So I'm having Brian and the ARPA staff develop some templates for memorandums of agreement or contracts. So that however you guys want to do this, then we'll just sign these contracts with like HTC, ARC Construction, or whoever we're going to have do this work. Contracts for Dynamic Homes are already done. That has to be done and on file by December 31st, or the money goes back. It can't just be budgeted, it has to be actually obligated. So we only got a month and a half to do that. And we're not even sure what we're going to do with the money yet. So I'm really, really concerned. So it's not up to you.
One quick question. On the previous one that we passed for the homes for St. Francis, will that be the process for the other homes, like with the, that we're signing up for 106L? And I'm just asking because it would seem like the tribe would have to retain some type of ownership for us to be eligible for the 105L leasing, or how does that process work to make sure if we don't no longer own them?
The St. Francis School will be the one that will be receiving the 105L package. I mean, we're selling them and we're putting the package in for the school. The other 5 at the corrections, adult corrections, same thing. Adult corrections that'll be assigned to adult corrections, and then we'll just do an application for them. So.
Okay, thank you.
But right now the applications are in. You guys passed the resolutions. They're going through the rest of the due diligence with USDA for the loan guarantee. So I'm still confident that we can have some kind of loan documents ready for signature by the end of December. And then hopefully we'll start advertising for contractors in January for the new courthouse and start construction by end of April, 1st of May. That's our tentative timeline.
Justice.
And we should be able to close on these first 10 homes by January or February and get that $3 million back into our coffer to build new homes. But that money doesn't have the same restrictions as the ARPA money. That's our money. We can take it long, spend it, or do what we want to with it. It's our money.
So did we then change this last whereas, or?
I haven't called for the question yet. Mike has a question.
Just real quick, it's related to what, Emily's question about the dynamic homes, you know, that we're purchasing. Is there any way we can arrange delivery, construction and delivery, to suit our needs, not our needs, but our preparation, you know, down here, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I wasn't involved in any of this, like Sherry anymore, but this resolution authorizes the signature on it. We haven't signed it yet, so I'm assuming we have time to negotiate delivery time with somebody.
Yeah, I mean,
I can answer you, Mike, sorry, this does include delivery. This does.
I know that, but I mean, the schedule for delivery. You know, if we order 12 and, they're gonna be built, can we ask them to stretch it out? The main thing is to get the contract in place. Once we got the contract in place, what do we have, Wayne, a year or 2 years to actually?
2 years.
2 years, you know, so we could schedule delivery over a 2-year period, so we don't have to worry about staging these houses someplace.
We can work with them, dynamic homes is really good, yep, that's something that we can work with.
We should find that out ASAP.
And it is something we can do, we just have to make a plan for that and implement it.
Well, they gotta be agreeable too, you know, that's.
Yeah, but like you said, we need to get the contract signed first and then we can start digging into those details.
I would think it'd be part of the contract also.
The other part of that is.
The delivery aspect of it.
Okay, the other part of that is if, let's say, we have somebody who wants to buy a home this month and they want to go with one of the dynamic home houses. They will be put in first in front of the other houses. So their delivery schedule and all that will take precedence to the other ones. So I just wanted to know about that too.
Call for the question. Annie? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0. Not voting. 2.
Next resolution.
Here you go. Turn the floor over to Ken now. I think most of these are just resolutions that accept the grant monies and the catch budgets. But if they're time sensitive, they need to get done right away. So all that Ken handle it from here. But if someone from budget finance could get them on the floor, appreciate it.
I'll move. For emergency legislation.
Motion by Mike for emergency legislation, seconded by Totes. Question by Todd. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
0 pass.
Motion to approve.
326.
Entertain a motion to approve.
326.
Motion by Bill to approve 2024-326. For a second, by Mike. Read it into the record. Anybody from Budget and Finance? Nope.
Starting the third one, where the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to promulgate and enforce ordinances and maintenance of law and order to safeguard the peace and morals, general welfare of the tribe pursuant to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Constitution, bylaws, Article N, Sections 1, K, and M. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has established the Tribal Budget and Finance Committee pursuant to the RST Ordinance number 80-07 to operate with input from the directors and tribal programs and tribal council members to develop and coordinate all aspects of tribal budget activities in accordance with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's constitution and bylaws. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has been awarded a grant from the United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs under Comprehensive Tribal Victim Services Set Aside Formula Grant Program, Consolidation Tribal Assistance Solicitation Award number 15-EOB-C-24-GG-01248-TBAG in the amount of $394,653,000. The project period of 10/01/24 to 09/30/25 to fund the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Victim Services Program, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Attorney General's Office is responsible for the implementation of the new grant, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Victim Services Program. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council authorizes the acceptance of the OBC Grant Award number 05 PB-C-24-GG-01248-TBAG, and approves the attached grant budget in the amount of $394,653 to be implemented by the RST Attorney General's Office, and be it further resolved that the Tribal Council hereby authorizes the Tribal Chairman or official designee to sign all pertinent documents, contacts, and documents thereof.
Discussion. Call for the question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Mention for emergency. Right, folks. Seconded by Mike. Question. By Stanley. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Yeah. Entertain a motion to approve 2024-327. Budget and finance members. 327. Motion by Mike. Is there a second? Second by Bill. Read it into the record.
Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe has been awarded the SMART FY 2024 Support for Adam Walsh Act Implementation Grant, CFDA number 16.750, award number 15, PSMA 24-BG-01735-AWAX from the United States Department of Justice SMART Office in the amount of $490,793 for the project period October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2027. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Sex Offender Registry Notification SORNA Office has been responsible for the implementation of the current Adam Walsh grant and will continue with the implementation of the newly awarded grant. Whereas SORNA activities resulting from the Adam Walsh funding continue to be a priority of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to ensure public safety within the boundaries of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Reservation. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court accepts the SMART FY 2024 Support for Adam Walsh Act Implementation Grant 15 PSMA-24-BG-01735-AWAX from the United States Department of Justice SMART Office in the amount of $490,793 with the project period of October 1st, 2021 September 30th, 2027, and approves the award of budget project implementations, and be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby authorizes the tribal president and our designated official to sign and execute all applications and all documents thereof.
Discussion. Call for the question by Todd. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Up next. Anyone want to entertain a motion for emergency? Motion by Ben, seconded by Totes. Question by Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Motion to approve 2024-328. Motion by Ben. Or a second? By Mike. Read it into the record.
Rosebud Trent, I start at the fourth, whereas Rosebud Trent has been awarded under the fiscal year 2024 Tribal Youth Program, CFDA number 16.731, awarded at number 15, BJED-24GG-01108 Tribe from the United States Department of Justice, DOJ, Bureau of Justice Assistance, BJA, in the amount of $100,000 with a project period of October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2026. And whereas the White Buffalo Compliment Society has been in existence and addressing domestic violence since 1977 and has opened a shelter for victims of domestic violence in 1980 and has since served as the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Victim Service Provider. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is the grantee and shall maintain fiduciary responsibility and administrative of all the awards, and the White Buffalo Compliment Society will act as the implementation agency of the fiscal year 2024 Tribal Youth Program, CFD-16.731, awarded 15 PGD-24GG-01108 Tribe, which is aimed at building a planning team to develop a juvenile delinquency prevention, intervention, treatment, and aftercare strategic plan to serve the Sichungu youth. And therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council accepts the fiscal year 2024 Tribal Youth Program, CFDA-16.731, awarded number 15 PJDP-24-GG-01108 Tribe from the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance, BJA, in the amount of $100,000 with a 24-month project period of October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2026, and approves the awarding budget for the project implementations. And therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby supports the White Buffalo Compliment Society in its role as the lead implementation agency of the fiscal year 2024 youth program, FDCA-16.73, awarded JDB DP-24-GG-01108 Tribe and grant. Be it finally resolved that Rosebud Tribe Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or designee official to sign and execute all applications and documentation thereof.
Discussion. Emily.
Well, I can call for a question.
Oh, question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Need a motion for emergency legislation. Motion by Totes, seconded by Ben. Question. By Todd. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carries. Need a motion to approve 2024-329. Motion by Mike, seconded by Tammy. It is the record. You want to read it, Mike, or do you want somebody?
Yeah, I'll read it.
Okay.
Starting with fourth whereas. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe has been awarded under the fiscal year 2024 Tribal Sexual Assault Services Program, an award number from the United States Department of Justice Office on Violence Against Women in the amount of $675,000 with a project period of October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2027. Whereas the White Buffalo Caps Women's Society has been in existence in addressing domestic violence since 1977 and has opened a shelter for victims of domestic violence in 1980, and has since served as the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's victim services provider. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is and shall maintain fiduciary responsibility and administration of the award, and the White Buffalo Cap Women's Society is the victim service provider for the tribe and will act as the implementing agency for the grant, which is aimed at expanding current services available to victims of sexual assault and establish a stronger healing services program for victims of sexual assault. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council accepts the fiscal year 2024 Tribal Sexual Assault Services Program Award from the United States Department of Justice Office on Violence Against Women in the amount of $675,000 with a project period of October 1, 2024 to September 30th, 2027, and approves the awarded budget for project implementation. Therefore, be it resolved.
Discussion. Call for the question. By Sherry. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Need a motion for emergency legislation? By Ben, second by Totes, question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. 1401, motion passed. We need a motion to approve 2024-330. By Ben, seconded by Mike. Read it into the record.
Rosebud Sioux Tribe, the fourth whereas, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has been awarded the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Comprehensive Agreement Award Number NA240 at ARX 430C0013-T1-01 in the amount of $467,733 for the project period of September 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2025 to implement the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Drought Trends Analysis and Groundwater Recharge Implementation Plan Project to fund research regarding the effects of climate change on the Rosebud Sioux Tribe water resources. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Water Resource Program will be responsible for implementation of the newly awarded comprehensive agreement towards the achievement of identifying goals and objectives, and therefore be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council accepts the National Oceanic and Administrative Corporate Agreement Award Number in the amount of 733 with a project period of September 1st, 2024, December 31st, 2025, and approve the award budget for project implementation. Be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby authorizes the tribal president and the designee official to sign and execute all applications and documentation thereof.
Discussion. Question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 0. Motion carried.
So this next resolution has to do with our existing manuals, particularly our accounting, procurement, property management, that kind of stuff. Our staff has been, for the last year and a half, have been putting down changes that they would like to see to all of these different procedures. And so I was going to go out and hire a contractor to do a redline version of our manuals so that they can present them to the council. But Ken has monies for this. So this resolution identifies funds to do this, but it also appropriates money to have Bill do this work and review the work to make sure that it's in compliance with all the new laws. So then we'll, at the end of this contract, we'll have all these documents with the red line version of how we're going to change them presented to you so that we can get it changed. I think Ken has also worked with HR. Did you do that with HR, right? Yeah. So, but that's what this resolution does, is authorizes Ken to fund Bill Helmick to do a red line version of these policies for the tribe to bring back for the tribal council to revise.
Need a motion for emergency legislation by Tammy. Is there a second? By Totes. Question? By Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
We need a motion to approve 2024-331. By Tammy. Second. By Mike.
I got a question.
Oh, okay.
Wayne, we go through all this, and it isn't a heck of a lot of money or anything, but then the new Trump era administration policies and whatnot, bring about a lot of changes in accountability and all that stuff, or less. Like this deep or not?
Very possible. Very possible. And I like I said, Mike, I'm not sure what's coming. I don't know if that's part of it or not.
Yeah.
All I know is that these procedures that we're using now are like 15 or 18 years old.
Right.
They need to be amended 10 years ago. And they're starting to be mentioned in our audits, Mike.
Oh, okay.
So that's
yeah.
That's why I'm addressing it now. There is a possibility that next year our whole government could change, our policies all change. We'll have to redo it again. But for right now, this is trying to get us in compliance with where we're at right now.
Sure.
This will also make us compliant with the OMB regulations. So we'll be at least be dealing with the current situation rather than something very old. And if we do have to amend them again, then it would make it much easier to amend. But you would get to see a copy of what changes are being made and what makes us into compliance.
We need to read it into the record. Tammy, you move. Which part? Or is there a budget and finance rep? Was economic development? Oh, Sherry. Oh,
I'll start with the fifth whereas.
Whereas the Tribal Economic Development Committee has the authority and responsibility to review, shall we mark that one out since it didn't come to committee?
Yeah, you can strike that,
Okay.
as amended.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Sioux Resource Development and Tribal Administration have identified the need to ensure tribal compliance with 2 CFR Part 200 for all grants, contracts, cooperative agreements, and any other funding mechanism in which federal dollars are awarded to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Sioux Resource Development has engaged Bill Homage and Associates, P.O. Box 789, Sandia Park, New Mexico, an established training and technical assistance provider who has demonstrated a long history of providing professional services to tribes and Indian people to provide their expert assistance in revising and rewriting the following Rosebud Sioux Tribe policies to be fully compliant with CFR 2 or 200. 1. Accounting finance policy. 2. Procurement policy. 3. Property policy. 4. HR personnel policy. 5. Travel policy. Whereas the Rosebud Tribe Sioux Resource Development is requesting tribal council authorization to enter into a sole source contract with Bill Hemich and Associates, P.O. Box 789, Sandia Park, New Mexico, for the purpose of receiving and rewriting the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's accounting, procurement, property, personnel, and travel policies, ensuring full compliance with 2 CFR Part 200 in an amount not to exceed $41,600 to be paid out of Sioux Resource Development PL 93-638 ARPA funds contract number A23AD00634, and therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and adopts the recommendation of the I'll just strike that recommendation of the Tribal Economic Development
As amended.
It approves and authorizes Sioux Resource Development to enter into a sole source contract with Bill Helmich and Associates, P.O. Box 789, Sandia Park, New Mexico, for the purpose of receiving and rewriting the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's accounting, procurement, property, personnel, and travel policies, ensuring full compliance with 2 CFR Part 200 in the amount not to exceed $41,600 to be paid out of Sioux Resource Development, 93-638 ARPA funds contract A23AD00634, and be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the president or the designated official to sign and execute all documents thereof.
Questions?
Council, I just want to make a little clarification here. All of those policies there, with the exception of HR, are all policies that will be coming out of the finance department. So each one of our department heads, our CFO, everybody has received input from all the directors, and we're going to be providing the materials for these upgrades. The HR part of it, the HR manual, is something you guys have already done. But the only thing that Bill's going to do here is make sure that the manual adheres to all the minimum requirements we have to adhere to contract. When we did that last upgrade, that was never done. So we're just going to have him make sure that we're in compliance. However, if there's anything else that you want changed while we're doing this, now's your opportunity. So just throw that out to
For
you.
the HR manual?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Personnel committee. Bring their amendments forth for that. That'll be a good time for that. Right. Mm-hmm. All you had, Ken? I'm sorry.
The amendments to this, will the employees have a possibility of commenting?
Input?
Yeah.
I think we should, I'll talk with Kathy, but we could probably put out for them to submit their written recommendations.
Yeah, I think it's really important.
Okay. Any more discussion? Question by Ben? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Tammy, would you mind making that a motion?
Yeah. Make a motion that
the amendments to the HR policy. About the employees, they're affording the opportunity to submit their recommendations and writing, their concerns. Second.
Motion by Tammy. Get that one? Seconded by Sherry. Question by Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and start with the Madam Secretary's list here. We just did the Bill Helmich one. Under communities, I think I'll defer that to the next meeting when the representative is here to address that resolution. Royal, did you get copies of the resolution? Do you want to address that today? The one you talked about to put on the agenda? 2024-284? Yeah. Is that what it was? Okay. Enrollment committee.
I think it's on my heads up. Can I text
Call
them?
more?
Yep.
Okay. We'll just go on down the line while they're coming. Transportation committee. That is Bob to the chair. We have, it's like 2 resolutions. One is to reconsider and amend 2024-285. And 2 emergency. Did they get there? Sergeant Arms, did they get their folders?
I just guess there's only one emergency and one reconsidering them.
Yeah.
Ben.
Treasurer, we can, to me, I guess recommend, well, actually recommend, but maybe have the administration send out a thank you letter to all those who put on veterans activities for the Veterans Day, Monday. So all those entities, I know St. Francine School, Veterans Fair Program. There's several others that currently that had some veteran activities and fed the veterans. So I'd like to get acknowledgement for them on their selfless service. On those entities.
Can you give me a list of those entities that you?
I know St. Francine School, the Veterans First Program, they had over at the middle school, and also, yeah, middle school. And then also, somewhere we're in Harmony too, I'm not sure, there were some families that put on some activities for that too.
Okay. Emily, did you get hold of them?
I messaged them and there's nobody answering, so I'm messaging somebody else right now.
Moving forward for people on transportation committee. So it looks like 2024-285 is a motion, we need a motion to reconsider and amend.
Okay, motion to reconsider and amend. 2024-285.
It's being amended.
It's on the back, highlighted. This, I think it was Sherry. I think Sherry's the one that placed this in, now therefore be it resolved. Sherry, if you can look at that.
I need a second to that by Todd.
The 285? Yeah. It's a single page.
I want the in-house attorney in there. Or you added the in-house. That's what they didn't want. They wanted to take out the in-house attorney to.
In-house attorney. Application. It might be in to the front part, like social services, that's where I found mine.
Social services.
That might be there, that's where I found mine.
Okay, thank you.
So I know the amendment to this resolution was that at the back there where it says the in-house attorney to cover all contracts. That as part of the contract negotiations that was to be taken out because it causes a conflict with our attorneys.
Okay, that's the
So
reason.
we'll take out the in-house attorney on that.
Yes, that's the only thing.
Discussion.
It was just taking up our in-house attorney for that conflict.
Question by Totes?
Yeah, question real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, he's still gonna look at the contract, right?
Yeah, I think they have, I wasn't aware.
Just leave that designee in there, take out that in-house.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, just to clarify.
Yeah, that was the conflict was that if he was designee, then he couldn't and also review the contract, so.
Okay.
They had to take him out, yeah.
When they put that in-house attorney on there, that
Created a conflict.
gives away that regular.
Because as a designee, he could sign the.
I got it.
Sure.
On some of the grants though, he does have to sign. Just so you're aware.
Okay. This comes from committee, so. Any more discussion? Question by Bob, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
The next one under Transportation Committee looks like, need emergency legislation for Eric Swan and Associates.
And for emergency legislation?
Motion by Evestein for emergency, seconded by Sherry. Question by Totes, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion passed. That is 332? 332. We'll need a motion to approve 2024 332. Motion by Bill, seconded by Todd. Read it into the record.
So with the fourth whereas? Whereas the FAST Act, F-A-S-T, the legislation of Fixing American Surface Transportation Act, EL 14-94, was signed into law by President Obama, 129 statute 1312, December 4th, 2015, in which the tribal transportation program pertains to tribal governments, section 1117. And whereas the request for proposal for plans, specifications, and estimate, PSE, and construction management services, CMS, for the Bungling Bridge project for Lambert and Yellow Cloud Bridge was advertised for 4 weeks, September 18th through October 9th of 2024. In the local newspaper, to which there was a one proposal from IMEG Corp. The RFP was re-advertised for a second time for a week, October 16th, 2024. There were 3 total submitted proposals, which were opened at RST Council on October 22nd, 2024. IMEG PSE for $615,860.30, and CMS for $287,367, which equals to $903,228.19. Aaron Swan and Associates for $482,884. Cam Drugs, Lee and Jackson for $1,000,000
$24,403.05. And whereas the RST Transportation Committee at a regular meeting on November 12, 2024, discussed the three proposals of the Lambert and Yellow Cloud PSE and CMS Blood Money Bridge project. And the motion was made by Councilman Charles Gray, second by Councilman Boston Wright, to make the recommendation to the RST Council to select Aaron Swan and Associates to complete the Lambert and Yellow Cloud PSE and SMS Bundle Bridge project. The amount of $482,884.
Discussion. Emily? I just had a quick question. There's no like typo or there was like they're clear that it was for the two projects, because just looking at the two prices around them, it's like, I don't know, less than half. So I just wanted to make sure that they were aware.
They were just high. The other ones were just high.
They were just
This
high.
is the lowest bid.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion?
Call for the question. Emily? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. We have TLE, Wayne or Emily?
Enrollment is here.
Must be some long resolutions.
I don't have a TLE.
Part. We'll just go on to enroll. We have 23 users.
Do we usually go off air for these? I can't remember. Just off air or executive or
Just off, or executive, we'll go into executive. You see? No, we gotta go off there. We gotta go off there. Yeah, we can't make motions as executive.
People.
Yes. I was asking about. Thank you.